This shit's 100% perfect right here, exactly as it is. Because we're about to watch the first few sessions that go in this waiting room, entering the dark room, Zen Paradox game content. This is right here what this gameplay fucking feels like. What the experience to enter this game world fucking feels like. It's right here. This is how you enter it.
Goddamn voiceover, but didn't get a chance to sit down and record it. I was going to record this as a voice memo and then play it on stream while I was just sitting there on the walk, whatever the hell I was doing. I forget what I was actually doing when I was thinking these thoughts. But I didn't sit down and do it. This is a story about a man named Stanley. In this story, crafted specifically for you, the narrator is losing his marbles. All of them. When he's on his last one, the game ends. If you listen very, very closely, you can hear the narrator's final marble whispering.
to listen to that whole album. What the fuck is going on here?
Were taken over is now then. Three dimensions. Is that the Indians say? So we call vision. So if you see that the external world is as much you as anything inside your skin or anything inside your head, then you have a certain respect for it. And no longer consider matter, for example. Take a piece of wood. A piece of wood is not just a chunk of stuff. But people think about wood that way. You can't be a good carpenter if that's the way you think about wood. We think we're dealing, you see, with these inert, unfeeling blocks of stuff. Rocks have no feeling, of course, banging around. Mountains have no feeling. Blow them up with banging. But they do have feeling. And if you heard them, as the Indians say, I've just been with a whole bunch of Indians, they say the continent of the United States is getting ready to shake us off. The dog would shake off trees. They say the storms are going to get worse, the earthquakes worse, the floods worse, and the insect pests will multiply in all sorts of strange ways, and finally get rid of them and leave the land to the internet. Let's have a briefing. Whether the extension of the network, especially by electronics, might not abolish individual privacy. And I said I was planning to devote this afternoon's session to that problem and some of its ramifications. This, of course, is the area of the problem with which Marshall McLuhan is very largely concerned. For he has pointed out that just as the wheel is an extension of the feet, and as beyond the wheel naturally comes the horse and carriage, the automobile, the airplane, all these technological creations are extensions of the human organs. And finally, the electronic network of telephone, telegraph, radio, and television is an extension of the nervous system. And into that we must throw as an additional extension of the nervous system, which is where you throw things together, put in at the upper end. So, but this can only come about, you see, in a situation where human beings are vividly aware the external world as much themselves as their own bodies. And you must allow yourself, therefore, to feel that what you see is not merely something out there. It's in your head. And your head's in it. And these things mutually interpenetrate each other like this. Now it's in your head, now your head's in it, now it's in your head, now your head's in it, like this, you see. And this rhythm sets up what we call vision. So if you see that the external world is as much you as anything inside your skin or anything inside your head, then you have a certain respect for it. And no longer consider matter, for example. Take a piece of wood. A piece of wood's not just a chunk of stuff. But people think about wood that way. You can't be a good carpenter if that's the way you think about wood. We think we're dealing, you see, with these inert, unfeeling blocks of stuff. Rocks have no feeling at all, banging around. Mountains have no feeling. Blow them up with bang. But they do have. If you heard the Indians say, I've just been with a whole bunch of Indians. They say the continent of the United States is getting ready to shake us off. The dog would shake us loose. They say the storms are going to get worse. The earthquakes worse. The floods worse. And the insect pests will multiply in all sorts of strange ways. And finally get rid of it. Leave the land. Let's have a breathing. Extension merely by electronics might not abolish individual privacy. And I said I was planning to devote this afternoon's session to that problem and some of its ramifications. This, of course, is the area of the problem with which Marshall McLuhan is very largely concerned. For he has pointed out that just as the wheel is an extension of the feet, and as beyond the wheel naturally comes the horse and carriage, the automobile, the airplane. All these technological creations are extensions of the human organism. And finally, the electronic network of telephone, telegraph, radio, and television is an extension of the nervous system. And into that we must throw, as an additional extension of the nervous system, the computer. The computer into which data can be fed from the files of the insurance companies, the Internal Revenue Service, the police, credit agencies, everything. So that in a matter of seconds, when an individual is identified, an enormous amount of information about him can be instantly known. In a rather similar way, time is not too far ahead, where you will be able to have a box about so big on your desk, which has a little screen on it and a dial. And after dialing a key code, you will dial the catalog number of any book in the Library of Congress that you want to read. And at any rate that you wish, the spread pages of that book will appear on your television screen. And you can get it right like that. When we get to television, work with the agency of laser beams, you will of course be able to see solid three-dimensional images in color projected in a certain area, and you can walk around it. I haven't discovered yet whether you can kiss it. But when you get a phenomenon like that, it begins raising the question of where somebody actually is. When the reproduction becomes technically perfect, you see, you won't know the difference between the reproduction and the original. That's going to be a new kind of confusion. And we will perhaps even be able to think about the word reproduction in a new sense. We say now one of the meanings we give to the word reproduction is sexual reproduction of the species, the biological method. Then we have reproduction through photocopy and all that kind of thing. Let's suppose, too, that we begin increasingly to be able to manufacture the parts of the human body reproduction, which will work equally well. And perhaps they'll never be able to reproduce in plastic brain, but they can at least put in there a radio device which will connect with a computer system of some kind, which will do the same job. So that then, after the years go by and your parts have been replaced, a serious question arises as to are you the same individual? And we would say, well, no, you've been entirely replaced. Of course it does. You're being replaced all the time, though by a different method. And just as, say, an institution like the University of California, which is a very rapidly changing university, for some mysterious reason it remains the University of California, recognizable as such, even though the students, the faculty, the office and administrative staffs, and the very buildings themselves are in a state of flux, so that they hardly remain a constant for 5 years in succession. What then is the university? The university is a pattern of behavior. And the organisms involved in that pattern keep changing. But the pattern retains an identifiable continuity. So does your body. So does the whirlpool in the screen. So do the hot springs down below, although the water is running through them all the time, as they say. So you can envisage the reproduction of the human being in this electronic way, and at first you say, oh horrors, are we going to be converted into nothing but plastic replicas of ourselves? Will we be there in any sense anymore? Will the soul survive it? But you see, in the case of the University of California, it is what we call the University of California that is the soul. And its bodily expression keeps changing. So, when we find out that we are electronic echoes of ourselves, being perpetuated through the ages, we shall come to the astonishing conclusion that that's what we already are. Only we have to do it again ourselves in order to realize it. We are already the most remarkable electronic patterns from the standpoint of physics. So let's a bit lay that bugbear to rest. Although I must say, there is something about plastic in its present stage of evolution that is somewhat repulsive. There is a state of consciousness which those who are psychedelically hip or pep call the plastic doll, in which everything looks as if it's made of plastic, as if or patent leather or enameled tin, that it only reflects light and has no light inside it. There is another side to the vision, whereby everything becomes living jewelry with light inside, a kind of beatific vision as distinct from a diabolic vision. And at the present stage of its development, plastic always suggests the diabolic vision. But it is through the diabolic vision that you gather the deepest insights. It's really profounder than the beatific vision in a certain way. Because if you can go down into any experience, I hope you understand the meaning of this phrase, go down into. It's very important. It means exploring a certain sensation or a certain feeling, to find out all its implications, to find out what it is at root that you like about it or dislike.
That is, in fact, exactly where I cut that. Alan Watts describes what does it mean to go down into
This
the
door's open.
truth.
Remember
the
how
full
I said it would be
reality.
important later? Well, it's open now. Why is it open? We're just gonna leave the narrator behind and just go by ourselves, doing our own thing.
But that wasn't supposed to be.
Wait, what the f***? What the f***?
Double check.
Where is it?
I don't understand.
What the f***? You're not supposed to be here. Oh, I see the thing. Okay, let me do some explaining. The narrator's not supposed to be here in this ending. He's supposed to not be here at all. Okay. I'm gonna like do some editing, so you won't see this until after I've already done the ending for real. But basically in this ending you go to an escape pod and the narrator's not there, and it cuts out before you can get to the escape pod because the narrator's not there. But someone made like a fan-made ending where you do get to go to the escape pod. And they added the narrator back in. And a long time ago, I replaced that ending with the original escape pod ending with this ending. So we're actually going to the escape pod this time. And I completely forgot that I switched the endings. So, oh my god, this is hilarious. I'm sorry. But I'll have to get the original ending back. So this is a fan-made ending we're watching right now. And, I'll do some editing afterwards so that you'll see the original ending before this clip. So, yeah. And I won't say anything about this ending when we get to the original. So yeah, oh my god, I'm sorry, but that's kind of hilarious that I had the ending switch up. So, if you're watching this now, then you've already seen the original escape pod ending, and you'll know how this creeps me out to pieces, because it's all dark and quiet. Oh my god. But the narrator's here with us this time, so we can now actually go to the escape. So let's go.
He entered the chamber and stepped into the machine.
We got some original lines here. Here we go. I always get like nervous because I always think it's gonna cut out. But no, we're actually in here now. Let's do this, baby. Oh shoot. What did we do? Oh. I hope this is what's supposed to happen. Uh-oh. I don't like the noises. That's not good. Yikes. Uh-oh. Ooh.
We're finally free. Free of the never-ending cycle. Free of the confusion. Free of all that button pressing, the limitless
Yay,
corridors,
we
not to
did
mention all free of those bloody endings. No more restarts. No more fade to black. We did it. The world is our oyster. Come, Stanley. To freedom.
For real this time? We're actually free? Yay! We did it! Yay! Something seems off. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna cut this out. Alright, so that was the escape pod ending. That was pretty interesting. Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Stanley Parable again, because I am not done breaking this game, okay? This game broke me many times. It's only fair that I break it in return.
Okay, so you know how I said that I was going to listen to this Cult of Luna song in the goddamn queue. Well, it's time to do that now. The thing for doing that here is called Media Queue. I specifically prepared to use the media queue option for this. See, look at that little media queue right there. Wow. Now listen to it.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Stanley Parable again, because I am not done breaking this game, okay? This game broke me many times. It's only fair that I break it in return. So, a quick update. I have new headphones. They're wireless this time, and they're a lot better. Unfortunately, something is wrong with my left ear, and the sound on my left ear, like, in real life, not the headphones, but my actual ear, something is wrong with it, and my hearing is muffled, so every time I put the headphones on, I think they're broken, and then I remember, oh wait, that's just my ear. Anyway, I have a special little thing I wanted to show, because I made it so that I can do SV cheats without getting sent to the serious room. I'll put a link in description on how to do it, but it involves doing some files, like switching files around. If you need the Stanley Parable demo in order to do it, but that's free. So anyway, we have some new. Now I can no clip. Ta-da! But you have to be very, very careful because if you go out of bounds somewhere, if you try to leave the map, go out of the map and see it, the game will crash. So I have to be very, very careful. But anyway, I'm gonna show some more stuff. I'll save the no clipping for later because there actually is something I want to try later. Does this still work? Oh good, it still works, but for some
When
reason
Stanley came to a set of two
There we
open
go.
doors, he entered the door on his left.
left,
This was not the
this is
correct
not
way
left.
to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by
Gotta
the
have
employee
my
lounge
cube.
first, just to admire it.
Yeah, admire. What happens if I... Okay, is it 2? Wait a minute. Oh, shoot. I deleted the narrator. That was the delete narrator button. Sorry, narrator. I deleted you again. It's okay. I forgot which... Because all the keybinds are numbers, and I can't remember which number does which. So we're gonna have to live in Quietville for a while. Okay. So we all know that you fall down here, but what happens if I... I'm floating! I'm a cartoon character. As long as I don't notice that I'm...
The action that I am currently doing is walking up a staircase. Inside the dark room. This is the action. Each time you go to play the level, you're walking up to the point that you walked up to before, going over that part again, up to where you were. Pick up the object, rotate it. But the thing is, what the object is a waiting room. I'm picking up waiting. The game you're playing where you're in motion, where you're going somewhere. Stanley Parable is standing on that platform. It's the same platform Alan Watts is standing on. Parallax scrolling. You're right here, where you are. Where are you? Where you are. Where you are. Where you are is right here. Parallax scrolling provides you a perspective collision between now, right here, this pixel in front of you, with a spherical object that is reality itself. Spherical being. When you look at this, the circle the circular view you look into it, your view travels through a circular channel. And through this circle you're viewing who's looking. You're looking at the hole in the middle of reality. The koan and the question, the interaction, the meta-feedback, the perspective collision, an object composed of information, an informational object, architecture which can be read or watched, that you can lurk in it, that it's 3D. You can touch it. It's architecture. You're standing on it. This is an object. Information is an object. You have it. You're holding it. You're standing on it. When is this? The 5 years during which you go outside. The 5 years that you're not playing the Stanley Parable. That's when this game takes place. Those 5 years. That's its timeline. That's the spoiler that explains to you what is happening when you play this game. What is this game? It's the 5-year space in the middle of reality.
On the air, I can still go. I'm floating. I'm a cartoon character. As long as I don't notice that I'm on the air, I can still go. Whee! I'm floating. Okay, yeah, it was 1 that spawns the companion cubes, and 2 gets rid of the narrator. 3 is... Okay, yeah, 3 is the one that deletes stuff. Okay. Now it's just wires hanging. There's nothing there. Can I? No, I can't. They're too high up. Wait, can I delete the... No, I was gonna delete the railings so I could get through there. There's nothing really much else to do. Hold on. Let's see what happens if I... Okay, so now I'm slowly going down. Yeah, see? I'm going down super duper slowly like a feather. It's gonna take some time. I wonder if I can land on the car. I'm gonna float down to this car. I'm like a little fairy or something. Oop, never mind. I still die. Because the floor is programmed to kill you no matter what. Even if you fall an inch onto there. You'll still die because logic. Anyway, hold on. I will be right back. Let me just have a drink of my Kool-Aid real quick.
All of his co-workers.
Oh yeah, blah 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 blah.
Stanley decided
Okay.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm wondering where to go. Oh wait, there's another glitch I wanted to show. A few glitches actually, but one of them involves this room here.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, so say I go in here, right?
This was not the
This
correct way to
shuts.
the meeting room, and Stanley
And I
knew it
open
perfectly
this.
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee
There's
lounge
2
first,
doors here.
just to admire it.
I cannot go in. However, if I no clip to in there, and then hold on, I'm just gonna. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot to switch the gravity back. Well, anyway, this room is very glitchy now. There's no props. The windows are weird. The doors are weird. This is weird. It's basically broken. And you can't leave it because you're not supposed to be in here anyway. So you're just kind of like trapped unless you know, no clip like I'm doing right now. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Let me just Okay, yeah, there we go. I'm gonna link all the commands in the description, and I'm also gonna put a link to general source commands.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley
didn't
took
say
the first
anything
open
there.
door on his left.
He didn't say anything about the broom, so I was wondering if I like accidentally deleted him again.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Hey, I had an idea. Hold on. I just want to see if this works. Gravity 800.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very...
So he fell down really fast. I want to see how... Hold on. Why he keeps going to play the cutscene?
All of his co-workers were gone.
That's weird.
What could it
Anyway,
mean? Stan...
gravity... Let's try 1200. Let's double the
The
gravity.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So with the double gravity,
Stanley
let's see
came
what
to a set of
happens.
two open doors. This
How
was not the
fast
correct
we
way to
fall
the meeting
down
room,
that
and
thing.
Stanley knew it perfectly.
Here, while I'm here.
Stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
You want some helium? How come he doesn't say anything now? He just bored? Is that
But
it?
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Hold on. 0.8. There we go.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay, you ready? Here we go.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control
Oh
of
my
the story
God.
and no one gets
He
to
just
tell him
went
what
down.
to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
He went down
Good
like a
job,
weight.
Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
He's powerful and also heavy, I guess. Do you have rocks in your pockets, Stanley?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Sounds like, really low. His voice is really low now. Sounds like, what's his
When
face?
Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct
He sounds
way
like
to the
Stephen
meeting
Fry.
room,
I think
and
that's his
Stanley
name.
knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
What am I doing? I can open these. I need to remember that I can open these. I want to do that again. I wish I could, like, get a sprint option. There's no sprint option. I want to go
But
fast.
eager to get
Let me
back
go
to
fast.
business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I'm gonna do it again just for the giggles. Okay, hold on. SV 1600.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in some... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in
Oh my
control
goodness.
of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Yeah. Powerful. There's something, okay. Let me, put everything back to normal.
All of
Everything's
his
back to
co-workers
normal.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
Yeah,
he
sorry.
entered the door on his
Wait.
left.
I'm kind of out of the map. Hello? It's not crashing. Wee. Oh, yeah, I'll put a warning up for visual strain. Wee. Okay, what happens if I... Oh my god, I left the map! It didn't crash! Oh my god, okay, it didn't crash. Normally it crashes, but it didn't this time. Ooh, I wanna look at, okay. So let's see what we got here. Hopefully this isn't like a glitch in it, okay. Hopefully this doesn't end up crashing. Okay, so we got the... Here we have the insane ending. You have the rooms, because there's a lot... Uh-oh. It crashed. We had our fun for a few good seconds there, but then it remembered and kicked us out. So that's unfortunate. I wanted to show, because I wanted to show off the things
When
that you don't
Stanley
get to
came to
see
a set
normally.
of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Because there's, because in the insane ending, you know, you get to see, there's that scene with Mariella. Well, that's an actual part of the map. And you can actually,
Yet there was
if you
not
go
a
there...
single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
And if you go there, it actually, you can actually see, like, her face and what she looks like. I'm gonna see if I can try. Oh, wait, I have to... I'm gonna try one more time, and if it doesn't work, then... Hello? Okay, I'm gonna try one more time. If it crashes again, I'll just give up and move on. But, okay. I'm a bit nervous. Okay, there it is, there it is. I'm going. Here we are. Okay, here is Mariella. We're technically in a map, so hopefully it doesn't crash on us. Here's Mariella, what she actually looks like. Her face is... She's very shocked, as you can see. And there's objects up here. So she's got, you know, her outfit, a nice outfit, and she's got a ponytail and bangs. I've always wanted bangs, but I've been told that they're annoying to maintain, so maybe someday though. She's got a cool scarf. Scarves are cool. Suitcase. Stanley dead here. Too bad we can't see what his face looks like, cause I want to know if, like, he's making a silly face. This isn't really much. There's no parking. There's just, you know, maintenance stuff here. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna see if I can, see where I can find somewhere else to go. It crashed again! It crashed again. So, I'm just gonna not leave the map anymore, cause
All of his co-workers
I'm
were
sick
gone.
and tired of
What could
having
it
to
mean?
restart the game.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
So... Just gonna do this again. Okay.
Perhaps he had simply missed a
Yeah,
memo.
yeah. I am gonna do something that I have done before in the original mod. I never filmed it because, like, I was playing around with the original mod yesterday, and I managed to use cheats to escape the countdown ending in the mod because that whole game is, like, in one map. Well, not all in one map, but most of it's in one map. So I was able to, like, just get out. I was able to delete the door and just leave. And
When Stanley
It's-
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
so I left, and then I triggered the freedom ending by going to the door. But he still had the countdown dialogue and the timer going up while I was, like, you know, slowly walking, leaving, and looking up at the sky. And I managed to get out of the countdown ending that way. Since I'm going to try to do that in this version. However, I'm going to have to do it differently because the freedom ending is on a separate map. And I'll let you. I'm gonna use no clips, but I'll show you my plan as it happens. And if it works, then I guess we were wrong about
Yet there
not
was
being
not a
able to
single
stop
person
the
here
bomb.
either.
What's weird? I feel like a lot of lines are missing for some reason. I don't know why, but The narrator's there, but now he's not, and I didn't go back, so I didn't trigger the escape pod ending. So I don't know what's wrong. And now it's not letting me... Hello? What the hell? Is this because I'm using the... Is it because I switched the server DLL with the demos? It can't be that. Is it because I technically have a mod installed? It can't be that. I don't know. That's weird. I'm just gonna... Yeah, there we go. I don't know what's wrong, but something's wrong with my game. It's probably because I'm cheating. Oh hey, at least I'm doing what I wanted to do and I'm breaking the game. This Kool-Aid is good. It's like the sour apple thing.
Descending deeper into the building,
It's really good.
Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
So this part is important. Okay? Just so you know, I've never actually tested this. So it might work, it might not. Either way, I haven't seen anyone else on YouTube try this. So I don't know if it works. If it does work, then, I don't know, give me a medal or something. Oh wait, hold on. For some reason it keeps disabling my binds.
The lights rose on an
I'm gonna fly
enormous
around
room
here.
packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. This Stanley's controls the lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to
Oh, I
accept
can't do
it
the
blindly?
disco thing. It won't let you. Okay, so here's where the important part comes.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Okay, so as we can see, the monitor room is underneath us, right here. That's important.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad,
Whee!
or content.
I'm
Walking,
flying, narrator,
eating,
look.
working, all of
Narrator.
it monitored and commanded from this
Narrator,
very
I'm
place.
flying.
And as the
Hey,
cold reality
I'm
of
flying.
his past began to sink in,
Stanley's a
Stanley
fairy
decided
now.
that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human
Whoa,
life.
whoa, 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 whoa,
For
wait,
he
hold on a
would
second.
dismantle the controls
I saw
once
something.
and for all.
I saw something. Hold on. I saw something. Wait. I saw it quick, like really quickly. I can see it. I see. It's been there the whole time. Okay.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation,
Hey.
to put an end to this horrible place and to
Whoa.
everything it stood for.
Hello? Narrator? What the hell? I didn't delete you. You're still here. You're not saying anything? Okay. I wonder if I, like, deleted, like, a trigger point or something. Because in Source games, they have, like, these little boxes. Which I will show later. But, you have to, when you touch the trigger boxes, they like trigger some sort of event like the narrator saying something or a door closing. Maybe I accidentally deleted the trigger box. I don't know. But let's just... Why isn't he here? It's so weird. We're just going to wait for the timer to go on. Timer? Hello? Okay. So let's fly around. We can't... There's nothing here, in case you wanted to know. Let's see what's up here. There's like some corridors that you can't do anything about because they're not programmed to do anything. Can I stand on these? I wonder if I can. Yeah, I can stand on these. So I know you all want me to see me escape the bomb. Don't worry, I will do that. Let me just take a look. We got plenty of time. So let me just do like a big overhead shot. You can crouch in the air, I guess. Okay, so here's what you do. See? It's still going. It's still going. Uh-oh. I'm out of the map. Shit, shit, shit. There's... God damn it! It crashed again! Because of this... There was a world portal there. Ugh, that's so annoying.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So yeah, I guess that didn't work because there was a world portal there, so I couldn't. But never fear, I'm gonna try again. I'm just gonna go through all this stuff again. I'm not giving up. I'm gonna keep doing it until I escape that damn bomb. Even if I crash the game a million times.
To a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
It did it again! Is it because cheats are on? Does the narrator just give you the silent treatment a couple times if the cheats are on? Well, anyway, since I'm here, I'm gonna trash the place. This is what you get, narrator. Believing me and abandoning me. Oh god. Uh-oh. The noise was backed up. It's like a printer jam. Meh. I'm making a mess. You capitalist scum. Have fun, boss. Whatever your name is. You don't even have a name. That's how... Like, who am I working for? Are you Cave Johnson? Is this Aperture Science? Well, I hope you enjoy my present. F you. Anyway, hold on, there's an Easter egg I wanted to show. If you do.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. Stanley ventured forth into the newly opened passageway.
That is a reference to the original mod. Although it was 1957 in the original mod. I don't know why it's 47. And I think if you do it again... Oh wait, shit. Wrong one. Okay. Alright.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. Stanley ventured forth into the newly opened passageway.
Twice. But I guess it didn't. It was supposed to open if you did it twice. But... I don't know. It even used like an original clip from the mod. So if you're wondering why the narrator sounds a lot more calmer, it's because in the mod his voice is a lot more calmer, you know? In this version he's like way more emotional. Okay, I'm also going to save here back And do this again. Okay, I'm just gonna like float up here and see. Oh, wait, hold on. I can't see. I need assistance. Okay. Whoa. This looks really bad, I'm just saying. Well, you know, the things lighting can do. Okay. So, I'm just going to look. I'm not going to exit the map, but I am going to look and see if I can find where it is. What happens if I save here and then reload later? Hopefully, if I reload that save, it still has, and I don't just fall down into oblivion. Okay. So I'm just gonna take a peek, and see if I can... What is this? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there's, I don't know if I can show it because it might be out of bounds, but every single map actually has the narrator in it. But he's represented by a loudspeaker because he's an NPC and he needs to exist in order to play lines. Oh god, okay. I'm just gonna take a peek and see if I can find the... Okay. It's hard to see. I don't think it's there. Let me try the other side. Okay, it's right there. So I just have to like go down. So, cause that's where the whatchamacallit, that's where the big countdown screen is when you first press the buttons. And over there is some things. I don't know where. But I'm just gonna... So when I press the button, I will, like, see if I have time to go down there before it crashes when I'm out of bounds. So, yeah. Okay, B. Oh, go. V, okay. Alright. Also, while I'm here, I might as well just... Yay! Oh, these boxes here. Whee! Okay.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it.
Everything
His
just
own
stops.
life in someone else's
Except for the
control.
screens, they still go.
Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls
Okay.
labeled with emotions.
So if I try to open
happy
this again...
or sad,
Yeah.
or content, walking, eating,
Okay.
working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in,
Wait a minute.
Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its
Hello?
terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls
What the hell?
once and for all.
I think I did another break. I think I broke it again. Okay. So we know that it's over there, somewhere around there. Let me just, face punch. Okay, yeah. So, this is a huge map, as you can see. And I just have to go down there and just hope that...
And when at last he found the source of the room's
I can't
power,
even see it.
he knew it was his duty, his
Hope it's
obligation, to
Okay,
put
I
an
can't.
end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Oh, yay! I deleted the thing and now I can see. Wait, hold on. I just want to do this really quick. I want to see if it'll work up here too. Aha! I knew it. That's wild. I can't press this button. Yeah. Alright, time to press the on button and get this show on the road. I'm gonna save here. And he's not talking again. I don't know what I did to make him shut up, but man, imagine if there was no narrator and Stanley just like wandered on his own and he happened to wander here. Alright. I wanna fly for this. I'm flying. I'm flying. I can't read any of this. What about this? No. What about this? Okay. Alright. So, see if, just for visibility's sake, I just want to be able to. Okay, you ready? I might not make it. It might crash on me before I can get there. 3, 2, 1. Go, 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 go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Don't crash, don't crash. Oh my god, I made it. I made it, I made it, I made it. Okay. I don't need the face punch anymore. So... okay. So, we have another issue here. There's another world portal here. And I don't know where it leads. But... I can't press any buttons. I'm gonna see if I can look... Okay. I'm just looking. I think that's where the... Okay, so I'm just gonna go. Don't crash. Okay. And... I think I'm supposed to... Wait, what was that? Okay, I need to look outside again and see. I don't know how much time I have, but, okay. There's the escape pod corridor. I'm just gonna go. Hurry, hurry before it crashes on me again. Okay.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Okay. See if I can make
The
it.
door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to
Oh God, oh
turn around
God.
and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly
I can hear it
confront his death.
shaking. Oh my god, I did it! I escaped the bomb, but now I'm in the thing, but that's okay because it'll take me to the museum. Oh my god. Okay.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Okay. See if I can
The
make
door
it.
behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to
Oh
turn
God, oh
around
God.
and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly
I can hear it
confront his death.
shaking. Oh my god, I did it! I escaped the bomb, but now I'm in the thing, but that's okay because it'll take me to the museum. Oh my god. I already know know that you're gonna rescue
As
me,
the
and
machine whirred into motion and
I'll
Stanley
just
was
party
inched
in the
closer
museum
and closer
forever.
to his demise.
In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Oh my goodness. I escaped death twice. In one ending,
And yet
two
it would be
endings at the
just a
same
few
time.
minutes before
Well, not
Stanley
really.
would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever.
Imagine if all of a
What
sudden it
exactly
exploded
did the
anyway.
narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you
Oh yeah,
long in
this is
advance,
just...
death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Wow, I can't believe I actually did it. And I never thought it'd be it wouldn't have been possible without cheats, I do admit that. So it is with cheats, but it's with cheats that I wouldn't have been able to do anyway either, because normally the game crashes when you exit the map, and it has crashed if you wait too long. That's why I wanted to hurry. But wow, I did that. You know, I'm wondering if I could also... This is another thing I want to test out later, but for now, let's just have a party. Yay! Should I tweet, oh god. I might tweet, the creators of the game with a link to this video, because I want to see if they would actually respond to someone breaking their game. I don't know. Because this is the most I've ever broken. I've never actually, like, went this crazy. Like, I've done some crazy things in this game, but this takes the cake, and I have it recorded. I'm just gonna do some cutting, because we've already seen all this. You know the drill.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to
What the fuck? Something very weird happens to you when you do this 5 years achievement. It's weird. It gives your brain a superpower. I'm gonna explain it, but not right now. You have to wait 5 years.
me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now. Your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time...
And I'm just in a box. Face punch box. Can I? No, I can't spawn anything. I cannot do anything. Box.
Dean. No, perhaps not. You can still save and cannot be seen. No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. Some wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No. Perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now. It'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time...
And I'm just in a box. Face punch box. Can I? No, I can't spawn anything. I cannot do anything. There's nothing allowed in this box because I can't even move. Man. Okay. I'm just gonna look something up real quick because there was another thing I wanted to show. Okay, here we go. See, we have this thing that if I go through it, I don't know what this one does. But if I walk through it,
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
so when I touch this box, it'll... Ta-da! And then there's... I don't know what these... Oh, maybe it's for like certain ambient sounds, I don't know.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There's another thing I kind of want to try. In a second, but... Come on, open. Yeah. Can I delete the toilet? No. But I deleted the soap. Now the boss can't wash his hands. He's gonna get coronavirus. Got this room, I showed it off. I have no idea what this one does. There's a lot of these trigger boxes that just don't do anything. I'm sure they're like for ambient sounds, but anyway. If I... Yeah, you're silent anyway, so what makes a difference if I even leave you behind? You're not gonna do anything anyway. You're being weird today. Okay. I'm just gonna, get rid of these because they're kind of annoying to look at after a while. Okay, yeah, they're gone. I want to try. Now, this does require... Oh, good, it didn't delete. Okay. So, I'm just gonna look. Okay, see? Okay. I'm just remembering where the place is for this part of the map. Because I want to activate the madness ending, but I want to go back to Stanley's office and see what happens if I just stay in Stanley's office while I'm going crazy. And I turned off the narrator just because, I don't know, I felt like it. But there's, over there in the distance, I'll circle it or whatever, I'll point to it. That's where the, all the rooms are. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to in here and then as soon as I can fly back to here and go to Stanley's office. So I'm just gonna save again in case the game crashes. Just open it up again. And then as soon as I can look for it, where is it? Shit. It's somewhere else now. Uh-oh. It crashed again. Ay. This might take several tries. Hold on, can I... Oh god, okay. So this might take several tries. I'm just gonna... So if... I might end up having to like do a bunch of cutting until I get it right and show it right on camera. But okay, here's what I'll do. I'll go To the window, to the window, to the wall, to the wall. The boss is just chilling all of a sudden. Oh my god, I'm spying on the boss. Just imagine the boss just chilling at his desk with no computer for some reason. Why is there no computer on his desk? What does he do? Just file papers? Come on, it's the 21st century. It's 2021. You can't do work without a computer. Like, well, like you can, but you can't do office work without a computer. And maybe this game doesn't take place in 2013. Maybe it takes place in the 90s or the 80s or something. That's why everyone's computer looks old. Okay. Let's go do some more exploring. For some reason I can't see a damn thing, but I'm just gonna float around until I enter something. Man, I have gone so off track of what I wanted to do. Listen, this is what happens when you let me actually cheat in the Stanley Parable. I'm gonna abuse this power. I think I'm lost. I'm just gonna... I wanna just have a meltdown in the middle of this place. And I wake up and all my coworkers are like, what the hell is wrong with you? Oh yeah! These are some extra things with the, you know, when you wake up in different offices. Well, this is one of them. As you can see here, there's just a long hallway there. There's the extra added area there. There's the blue office, and there's when it changes direction. And hold on, I saw some other stuff I want to look at. There's the big room from the blue door ending, and what's that? There's like, oh yeah, those are the two offices. There's this. There's the cargo area. I'm just doing a quick look down. There's the, you know, the staircase down there, and just go look. I want to see more. Okay, okay. I see another thing over there. Okay, okay. So there's the thing. It's all the way over there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fly over there, activate, and then fly back here. You ready? Go, 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 go. Come on, 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 come on. Come a chameleon.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He
Alright.
considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk?
Obviously it crashed again, but I'm just gonna keep filming and trying, and I'm gonna make a little funny montage with music. No idea how to do that, and I kind of don't like. I know I said I wasn't gonna stop trying, but for the sake of the video, I think I will save that for another time because there's other things I wanted to show.
To go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So what I'll do is maybe I'll make a fourth breaking the Stanley Parable video. We'll see what happens. Once I figure out how to like go around without it crashing, once I figure that out, well, okay, I have a couple glitches I want to show. and I'll show them, and then I'm gonna see if I can try to do some more messing around.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Okay.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There's a glitch here. Trying to remember how it... Oh yeah, here it goes. Ta-da! And then I think it... Does it freeze the game? Ta-da! It spawns this random gray room for no reason. It probably has something to do with the world portals in this particular map, because this is the one where you go, it's part of the confusion thing. You go in, see there's no more doors, and you turn back only to find a different building. This is that map. So this probably has something to do part of the game. So yeah, there's nothing really much to this one. The next glitch, however, is game breaking, so I will cut to that. Ooh. Yep, it is real. This door closes and then there's no coward ending. Isn't that weird? What happens if I... There we go. Oh, you can't do the coward ending in this.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh,
What
whoa.
could it mean? Stanley decided
Oh,
to go
whoa.
to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yep, World of Portals. There are interesting things. Whiteboard ending. Let's see what's in here. Yep. More light. Blinding light. This person's computer is just a stack of boxes and it's not even plugged in.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered
Damn.
the door on his left.
Oh wait, hold on.
All of his co-workers were
I
gone.
want to test
What
another
could it
glitch.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
Yeah,
missed
this
a memo.
closes. And then when it's back to the... Wait. Huh. Okay, okay. So there's another glitch here. Hold on. Ah. Well, that's not what I was... That's not it, but... watch this. Okay, hold on. You're trapped inside. If you move back a little, it like deletes the world portal and you're stuck. You're stuck. Anyway, what's in here? Oh god, I thought I actually walked in. No, it's just nothing. I wish there was a code that was like the opposite of Matt Fulbright, where it just turned all the lights off. I know that would be like the creepiest thing ever, and I probably wouldn't do it that much. But just imagine what you could do with that. Oh hey, we spawned back in here again. I'm gonna do this. No, I'm not gonna do it again. But there is a thing I want to try.
When
Okay.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So, as you can see, I went from the short hallway, the single hallway. Yeah, escape pod ending, escape pod
Stepping
ending. So I'm going back. Alright, I'm going back. Oh, so it takes me to the long office. Okay. It takes us to the regular office. But what happens if I do the blue office? Okay. Blue office.
All of his co-workers.
428 is here.
Stanley went around touching.
Okay. So I leave from here. The blue office. Sorry, narrator, I keep deleting you, but this is
Stepping
for
up.
science. This is for science and curiosity. Okay. Aha. takes me to the regular office no matter what. Okay. Oop. Just making sure. Oh yeah! Okay, it's this one.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Okay, a couple things. One, host time scale 1.3. Okay. SV gravity 100. Okay.
Here, yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
You know, he sounds like a Disney, like a talking mouse in a Disney movie. That's what he sounds like. Narrator mouse. I don't know. Whoa, this is like going really fast. Wow. What happens if I... Wow. Okay, hold on. Whoa. Hold on. What the hell was that? Sounds like a tiger or something. Okay, I'm just gonna like, make it so that we can still hear what he can say. 0.4, and I'm gonna SV gravity 10. There we go. Oh my goodness. Oh wait, the stars are back. Gonna give me anything? Anything? Can I have cubes? Oh god. It's just sitting there. I can see it. Hold on. Wait, no. Okay, so actual objects are normal gravity. Okay. Okay. Imagine if it actually like slowed down, like you're walking and you're ducking and everything, and it was like a dream. Okay. Falling down really slowly now. I'm gonna try to land on the cube. Oh, I still got hurt. Hold on. Maybe I need to stack them. Oh god, what the hell? I didn't even jump that much. I jumped twice. Ugh. Wait. Hold on a second. I had another thought. Sounds like a talking tiger. Like if tigers could talk, I'm pretty sure they would all sound like this. Oh yeah. The gravity makes it so that I can... But I made it to this part. I'm in hidden places I'm not supposed to be in. And I can't see either. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Wait, I just realized. Wait, there's a whole cave under here that I don't get to see? Goodness gracious. What else? There's over there, oh, that's probably just like background and stuff. But this here, this is, oh wait. Oh, whoa, what am I doing? Yeah, this is, I don't think you ever see this. Huh. I always forget the name of that map because it's so specific. It's like Test Chamber A00 something.
Yes, I don't even know what this game is, but I love it.
Oh my god.
You, trapped in a glass box with no way out, listening to me talk. Oh, it's inspired. I couldn't have done it any better myself. What is this game even supposed to be? I can't figure it out. Okay, now I'm curious. Let's go find out what the hell this is.
So apparently the objects in the portal map They float. They float. Oh my goodness, that caught me off guard. I have gravity set to 0 right now. Will this break? Oh my god, it's like I'm in space. Oh my god. Where's the cup? I want the cup. Oh god, it's all the way over there. Hello, cup? Cup? Come here. I'm not done with you yet. Okay. Wow, this is so cool. I'm floating in Portal, in Stanley Parable version of Portal. Okay, wait, don't do anything yet. Hold on. Cup. Just go in there for a second. Are you gonna break? Are you gonna break? Doesn't even break. It's in one piece. That's amazing. Hold on. I'm just gonna go to... I jumped twice. Wait. Hold on a second. I had another thought.
Well, Stanley, is this at last the one thing you've always desired? A game I had absolutely nothing to do with. When I say this, I'm done making things for you. From now on, I will only create to...
Sounds like a talking tiger. Like if tigers could talk, I'm pretty sure they would all sound like this. Oh yeah. The gravity makes it so that I can...
Step inside and make yourself comfortable.
But I made it to this part.
You bought a light?
I'm in hidden places I'm not supposed to be in. And I can't see either. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my goodness. Wait, I just realized. Wait, there's a whole cave under here? That I don't get to see? Goodness gracious. What else? There's over there, oh, that's probably just like background and stuff. But this here, this is, oh wait. Oh, whoa, what am I doing? Yeah, this is, I don't think you ever see this. Huh. I always forget the name of that map because it's so specific. It's like Test Chamber A00 something.
Yes, I don't even know what this game is, but I love
Oh my
it.
god.
You, trapped in a glass box with no way out, listening to me talk. Oh, it's inspired. I couldn't have done it any better myself. What is this game even supposed to be? I can't figure it out. Okay, now I'm curious. Let's go find out what the hell this is.
So apparently the objects in the Portal map, they float. They float. Oh my goodness, that caught me off guard. I have gravity set to 0 right now. Will this break? Oh my god, it's like I'm in space. Oh my god. Where's the cup? I want the cup. Oh god, it's all the way over there. Hello, cup? Cup? Come here. I'm not done with you yet. Okay. Wow, this is so cool. I'm floating in Portal, in Stanley Parable version of Portal. Okay, wait, don't do anything yet. Hold on. Cup. Just go in there for a second. Are you gonna break? Are you gonna break? doesn't even break. It's in one piece. That's amazing. Hold on. I'm just gonna go to get the other things. It's fast. Okay, hold on. I'm not even holding on to it. It's like I let it go and it like does this. It's so cool. Okay, let's see if I can make it through here. Come on, let me in.
Oh, it's a puzzle. Critical thinking, Stanley. Your forte.
Oh my god, it doesn't fall! It doesn't fall! I have to spawn my own. Okay, how come they go slow in here? I don't know, maybe it's because of... Oh god, okay, stay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Just fall down normally, please. Okay, I'll just... You gonna do it? You gonna fall? Hurry up! Oh my goodness. Okay, fine. I will have to... Oh, hold on. Who's with this? It freaking bounces back to normal because apparently no one's cooperating. What the hell? Stay down. Oh my god, stay down. Ugh, do I have to spawn a new one? I turned the gravity back on. Ugh, you know what? Just whatever. And I need to turn this, keep this on. Turn it off. Are you gonna break? Oh god, wait, you're going too far, Shit. Well, we lost that cup. We're not getting that back. I can't no clip because I turned the server back to normal. Well, whatever. We got some goodies here.
No, actually, you know what? I think that's plenty. I really don't care much to see you stumble through any more of these games,
Where's
and
the
I highly
radio?
doubt you're any wiser for the experience. Which is why, rather than continue to waste my time, I'm just going to leave you here. You can pretend you've beaten the game if it makes it any richer for you, but as
Oh,
for
it's
me,
all the way
I've
up
had
here.
enough. So, why don't you get cozy in this room, and if you have any grand revolutionary ideas for the perfect video game, you can just sit there and let it ball up inside you for all eternity. I don't need your advice. I don't need your ratings. And I certainly don't need the validation of a man whose job is to push buttons. I think I'll just go about my business, making meaningful cultural contributions to the world. And perhaps every now and then, I'll think back to a man named Stanley who was objectively wrong in every decision he ever made. The thought won't last long. Goodbye, Stanley. Good luck with your work. And I sincerely hope that everyone lives happily ever after.
Oh my goodness, I had the scariest idea. Hold on. Let me turn off... I'm sorry for doing this, but I'm just gonna turn off captions for a second because of what I want to do. Okay. Oh, point 2. Whoa, this is some sort of with the slow music and like the floating cubes, it seems like some sort of weird dream. Wait, hold on. Sounds cool. Can I go back here? Come back to me. Radio. Okay, I know you probably don't want to just see me move on, so just gonna... Oh wait, that's right. No gravity. So... that one's gonna fall, we're gonna watch it fall. Alright, you know, I'm just gonna SV gravity 1 so that I can fall really slowly. It's gonna be Stanley Parable the Dream version. Still falling. I'm still falling. Still falling. I can't go I can't like land on any of these side rooms because it won't let me move that far. Well, we could take a better look at them, I guess. So here's their office space, alternate iteration. Please rate your experience. Wow. I wonder if there's just like in the Stanley Parable universe that this takes place in, there's like a ton of these abandoned areas. And this is only like a fracture. I'm almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Wow. I'm just gonna... This is terrifying. I'm gonna tell my story idea that I'm making just from this. Whoa. This is weird. Oh god, it warps you too. Here we are. There it is, I can see it. I have Matt Fulbright on, so that's how I can see it. Oh, the bark. I have bark command on and it scared me. I'll make it eventually. Also, apparently, I'm just gonna... Whoa. This is weird. Oh god, it warps you to... Here we are. There it is, I can see it. I have Matt Fulbright on, so that's how I can see it. Oh, the bark. I have bark command on and it scared me. I'll make it eventually. Also, apparently, if you walk back into this room after entering this hallway, it'll do the cutscene early. Oh god. This is still glowing. Okay, if I touch it, it goes back to normal. This is still glowing though. Okay. In the dark, creepy office, Stanley wandered all alone until he got attacked by a tiger. That's the sound of the tiger attacking him. Oh my goodness. It's taken a very long time to attack him, I guess. Okay, I'm doing some more exploring with the no-clip, and I found this fence with a phone number on it. Vinoy Rent-A-Fence. I'm kind of curious, so I might actually call this number.
Number and dial again. Announcement for...
Okay, so it's not a real number. 555. If you see a phone number with 555 in it, that means it's not a real number, because it's just a code that movies and TV shows use so that, like, people don't actually accidentally call someone. Okay, hold on, I'm lost a little bit. Here we are outside, because I wanted to do some exploring and stuff that you don't get to see. And one point of interest here is that there's a skull behind this barn area. There's a skull here. This skull is actually the narrator. So if I hit 2, which is the delete narrator button, the skull goes away. And so this is what the building looks like. There is no building. It's just a black box, which is actually the narrator. So if I hit 2, skull is actually the narrator. So if I hit 2, which is the delete narrator button, the skull goes away. And so this is what the building looks like. There is no building. It's just a black box. This over here, if you try to go near it, it's just... Oh wait. Can I... Oh, I can walk around. I thought this was background. No, it's actually solid ground I could walk on. Yeah. Huh, I didn't know I could go this far. That's the background over there, but... Let me go as far as I can. Let Stanley explore. The most outside time Stanley gets. So we gotta appreciate it while we can. Oh, look how far away we are. What is this? What is this? I don't usually go out much because I didn't know I could go this far. I usually just stay like around there. But this is really interesting. There's some sort of like pieces of building here. They don't have any textures, probably because you're not supposed to see them. They look like rocks. Maybe they're rocks. Oops, but okay. I fell. Wow, this is insane. So far away, look! We're so far away from where we're supposed to be. I'm like amazed. Whoa. See how far this goes out. What is... There's something wrong here. There's like glass. Is this smudged glass? What happens if I try to... Oh. There's glass. There's glass. Stanley's freedom was a lie this whole time. This hill's too steep for me to go up. Come on. You can do it, Stanley. Use your walking muscles. From all that walking through doors, your legs are probably very strong. There's a building way back there. This tree is floating. Aha, I did it. Yeah, and there's nothing past this, but here I am. I think this is like the farthest point I can go. I wonder what the point of this is. Am I able to see this normally? I don't even know. Well, you know, they have like clever placement so that... Wow, okay. Ooh, let's play with some branches that I can't go through. Want to shake the branches and make the leaves fall? Wow. Climb up this hill. I think this hill is like the farthest point I can go. There's more beyond here actually. Okay, yeah, this is the farthest point. There's like a... Is there moving clouds? I see moving clouds. I saw a cloud move, but I don't know if that's... Oh yeah. Huh, interesting. Map is huge. Oop. Ugh, I can't jump. Someday I'm gonna find out how to enable jumping again. And when that day comes, this game isn't gonna know what hit it. No one has found out how to enable jumping. No one knows how they disable jumping. I want to jump so bad, but I can't. I'm gonna do some more exploring around here. Just kind of like show off these fences. I don't know what they're for. They're probably for decoration. Oh, a bird. Bird. This is the only other NPC. This is the only other visible NPC we see besides Stanley. Oh my god. Actual bird. Bird. Hello? Sorry. I just have not seen another single living being in this game besides myself. So that's why I'm so excited about this one bird. Two birds. Oh my god, 2 birds. 3 birds! Ah! And they're modeled okay. I don't know, I can't tell because they keep moving, but... Oh my goodness. There's living things. There's 4 birds. There's 5 birds. Probably more. That's all I can see. I'm so excited about birds. This is so hilarious. Let's go down here. And I have to be careful because if I get too close to there, it'll... Wait. For some reason they're not spawning. Okay, what happens if I put this cube in front of me when I'm trying to walk? Okay, you ready guys? Alright. No narrator because I deleted him. I just walk through it. I'm in the cube.
Only we have to do it again ourselves in order to realize it. We are already the most remarkable electronic patterns from the standpoint of physics.
Information about what
what we call an orderly arrangement of different factors. But again, we'll use the word, all of which comes to mind. So this is order. That's it's all in order. It's almost like saying we recognize it, but we're not quite sure what it is. We recognize the front. This is one great. So then, you have difficulty though, because when you look out at the sky, you are in roughly the same situation, or related to one side. As when physics we will make a map of the in which there will be various rotating points.
There's nothing new about it.
And you see something that looks like a mathematical.
Well, it's not really a new quest. It's the same quest. There's nothing new about it. So, the thing is that I need to do a sound check.
the first sound we need to check is the noise that's at level.
Well, it's the quest.
Reducing that one to level 20. Way up at max, that needs to be. Oh, forgot this one. There we go. The headset's all the way up at max, that needs to be at like about 23. There we go. Okay, I forgot to transfer one image that I wanted to show. But I have the note pulled up already. It's actually not all that problematic to have the camera's microphone and the headset microphone hearing me. That captures the sound of the PC where that microphone is sitting, as well as the clarity, the voice clarity as related to the mix, while still capturing how it sounds to the other microphone. As long as they're leveled, mixed well, I think it works well, especially because I like doubling the sound as a thematic aspect of what it means precisely for me to create a sentence that's going to reach you through the audio of my voice, the actual vibration I'm producing verbally. It's an important piece of the architecture, is my point here. Okay, there is the image I'm going to transfer. This image is a bit of a spoiler, but it's a necessary piece of the Darkroom concept art, so it has to be shared at this point in the project. Who's online though? I wasn't finished looking through who is on that I can talk to or listen to right now. One or the other, possibly some of each. Image is copied, uploaded to the draft. This draft is specifically a list of instructions for the first version of the playable Darkroom gameplay, or the first level of the game, essentially. The part in which the player begins the game, the very first time they begin it. This is where you start the whole game at, right there in the Darkroom. So, uploading an image which gives away the original definition of what is the Darkroom. In an abstract, mathematical, metaphysical way, what the Darkroom is answered by this. But this information about the Darkroom doesn't really actually spoil any of the mythos of the game. It only gives away the architecture, the objective information about what playing the game in the Darkroom feels like and looks like, what the gameplay is, basically. This is an architecture concept document, basically. Using this document, I'll be able to create a variety of playable experiences of the Darkroom and illustrate. The important thing is not just to create the playable element, but in even a greater sense to illustrate what the playability looks like, what it feels like. To demonstrate. My point is to demonstrate the gameplay of this level, to be able to create the documentation of this level's abstract, in other words, still not moving with the player's breath, and then also instances of what it is like with the player there breathing and encountering the motion that the level contains. So, the first place I start there, how to begin this level, in other words, is using this document here that I made today. Let's make this big. I didn't look at the other one just yet today. There's not that many people on. Let me refresh. Maybe somebody signed on in the last 5 minutes I've been looking. Not that many people on a Monday. Meditation Monday. I didn't write that in the title, but this is technically an instance of Meditation Monday. Okay, so this is what I meant for this scene to look like. It's... Technically I meant the gameplay to be even a little bit smaller than that. The actual gameplay capture. We can not crop off the abilities, let's just place it right there. Alright, turn that one down. One thing I've observed is I prefer a much quieter level than most people that I watch. And there's a very specific reason for that, which is the range, the dynamic range that I intend to make use of at the end of the day is much different than a gaming, like a variety player stream. My intended final result is content we're going to listen to as meditation over a long term. Now you can do that with any stream or any situation that is commented on and contains conversation alongside it, but the way in which I'm doing that is to add lots of different layers together. A variety streamer, somebody who's just streaming the activity, doesn't have that consideration because their end goal in mind is different. It's not an end goal about combining a lot of different potential sounds into a final mix, whereas that is what I'm doing with my different sound feeds. I want them to be able to collide, to overlap, to interlace, and to interpolate together into a meta experience. That's the actual gameplay architecture that I am exploring as a creative expression, as the means by which I create packages that show what I feel, that illustrate the truth, the information that I have, that I want to illustrate. So I have to listen to those streamers on the lowest level that I can, so I can still hear them and listen, but so that I still keep my levels where I want them, without it being so much that what I'm listening to is being heard back through my headset microphone. Now let's bring up this particular gameplay video. I want to actually play this today. It's pretty much all I have time for, is just to play this back. I don't even have enough to slow the speed down. We're just going to have to play it at its original speed, but really without the audio. We're replacing the audio. We are just going to pull this one up, copy link, and bring it up. Here we go. This is fine. Okay, so volume on this one, don't need much of the volume. Just a couple ticks above 0. Next, what we're going to do with this is capture only the window by popping it out. And put it over there. Enlargement. Okay. I'll replay the skeleton song with this later. I'm not going to combine that activity into today. I have to plug in these devices because the batteries are low. Well, not this one. This one's okay. Okay. So we're capturing, but we need to actually capture it here under the full screen collection player. Go and show it. Okay. Why is it on here twice? Why do I have 2 different scenes that are capturing this? The notepad window somehow erroneously grabbed it. Wasn't supposed to happen. Alright, for purposes of this, since the screen is just right there, and I don't think I ever zoomed it, we can just place it right there. That's good. Alright. So pretty much when that's over, I gotta end the stream, so. Right there's fine. Actually, right there is actually a little bit better. So the dark room is an extremely large space, the beginning of the game. The very, very, very beginning of it. This is where you begin playing the game. You start playing, there's no other gameplay before the first playable moment in the game where you land, when you fall into the game, is the beginning of the dark room, where it starts. Pixel 1, the first footstep you can take forward in the game. So this is basically a giant rectangle room. It's dark, there's no light sources in it. Walking through it, there is the only way to illuminate any part of the dark room is to go up to that part of it and look at it. You cannot shine ahead. You can't get any advanced view ahead of it. You can only see what you're directly looking at in front of you in the dark room. Everything else, just darkness. So the player in the dark room here is going to ascend from the place, that pixel where the game starts. It will be a very, very long ascent, like an extremely far distance to traverse, a big track, such that the player will be left wondering, well, just why exactly did we climb this high? Why did we spend this much time climbing to the top of this area? So visually, it features only the visuals of what you're actively traversing in that climb, like the couple steps you just took and the couple that you're about to take, the proposed steps and the steps that just immediately happened to get you there. So an echo and a forward node, as it were. Motion node, I would have to say. The action used to climb in the dark room is kind of slow. You can't cheese it. Each layer that you ascend costs a little bit of kind of action time, the actual time it takes you to scale the object in front of you onto the next one. That creates the ascent, basically. Visually, there's one other feature to know about in the dark room. So if you've watched my dark room content that I started making this week at all, or if you go back and look at that as you're traversing through the details here that consist, or that basically establish the game and the gameplay, then you will have noted this feature. There's a window very, very high up and far off, like a moon view, sort of. It's a window view of the cloudy place. It's kind of very, very, very high up in the dark room. And it's like a moon roof intersection, basically. The cloudy place is actually a real location that you eventually are going to enter, but you do not enter it from that viewpoint. Just seeing it there is something that contrasts the idea of what you're climbing and how you're climbing it to a fixed point, basically. It shows you where the cloudy place is up at the top. It is a fixed point, but we're never ever actually going to discover a walkway up to that opening point where you can see into the cloudy place. There doesn't appear to be any walkway or any approachable means of using the viewpoint there as a travel node, as a way to move through it, basically. Basically, in this game, in order to enter a location, you need an entry portal. You need to locate an entryway for it, and so this view of the cloudy place is it's not intended to be an entryway. I don't currently have any planned or theoretical means of gaining entry to it. Doesn't mean that might not be found later and added later, once you're in a different layer of the game, but at the very, very beginning, as this dark room exists right now, there's no exit out of this moon view. It's just a view. Let's pull a couple more details off this document that I want to talk about right now. So encountering the dark room spawns some of the initial questions that, oh shit. There we go. Escape the fucking molten circles. So the questions, the beginning questions that you spawn into the game with, basically, or that spawn into the game because you spawn into it. How big is this place is the primary question that is invoked. How big could this place gradually be is an implied question in that one. How did I get here? Where is this leading? What is my purpose? Who are you? What is your purpose? Where did you come here from? Where are you going? The implied player's own questions are actually seen here as text that is situated along the climb. Basically, messaging that's been left there by the architect. So, while there is a UI for conversation and there is going to be narrator presence and character interaction through combo, through choices you select during conversation, the dark room starts with messaging that's embedded in the architecture. The text appears in your view of what the dark place is as you're walking through it. Kind of like one-way messaging to which you could say a response, but it's left there as if to passively inform you of the information. Basically, this is the considerable equivalent of road signs for the metaphysics here, not just the logistical idea of what road signs would be used for by a social organism in a municipality, village of some kind. This is more of that same convention, but from a singular entity wishing to convey information to the travelers in the space that they have set up for that purpose, essentially. It's messaging that is meant to be a guide, but what precisely it's guiding you to is clearly has nothing to do with navigating around practical. It's not about the practical question. It's about something that's more mysterious that we can't really gather too easily. We can only make guesses based on the information that's found. So, but there is in fact a reason you are here. You are looking for something. This is a rise toward the edge, where that something lies, the something you're looking for. So ponder checkpoint here is, have I been brought here to search for this? Is that the purpose here? So the idea of what what it feels like to create the dark place will be inherently something conveyed to the player through the act of traversing it. A viewpoint of the act of creating it is going to be shown. Essentially, the information contained by walking the path that was created, metaphysically, it speaks to you. Speaks directly to you as someone taking those steps up the scaffolded object. It's kind of like the metaphysics of a mirror. You're in the place where the information is, and you are interacting upon it. You are upon the conveyance. You're upon what's being conveyed. You're standing on it, and you're ascending up it from each point upon which you stand. So in the subgenre, the philosophical adventure dash RPG, where the content, the narrative content that is shown to a player is meant to invoke perspective colliding, where you have multiple points in time and locations from which to view what's happening and what's there and where you are, which kind of intersect. They interpolate their different perspectives into what I can only describe as a mystical, outside the boundaries feeling. So I've been studying this this exact feeling, this shape of gameplay that basically contains discovering where the invisible walls are in the place, and then figuring out where you can cheese the invisible wall, where you can access the piece of the area of the stage that doesn't appear to be part of the originally intended walking area. So, like, for example, where I am now in this game's world map, this Fields of Misery area has a defined edge where, okay, this is the end of the Field of Misery where I am. I cannot continue across this edge right here. So that's an explicit boundary. It's implied right here by the appearance of this land that I can't ascend it. I can't climb this tree or jump over this. It's not walkable, essentially, by my current avatar. So the mechanics of a boundary escape has to do with the implied metaphysics, the gameplay experience you're going to have when you walk up to what appears to be the intended path, using the abilities that you're intended to use, and at some point, subverting that boundary in such a way that seems like a glitch. The feeling of invoking a glitch or of seeing a crash happen that doesn't just close the game it's embedded in the fabric of the philosophical RPG idea that I have in mind. And one way that this is going to unfold in a player experience kind of a sense is by having interactions with companions. So dialogue and narration is implied as something that will happen. It will be. You won't just be wandering the game, wondering where everybody is. Like in Stanley Parable, that's kind of the only thing you do. But in an RPG style of game, you have progressing interactions with companions, with characters, whose involvement with you in the place has to do with why they are there in that place. What is their intersection with you as the person now experiencing the location is essentially where companions intersect with the concept of an intended or like a built-in obvious logical pathway that goes with the architecture that you're in. And then, so how does that interact with discovering that you can actually enter some place that looked impassable, or vice versa. You see an invisible wall and then understand what exactly is wrong, and the way in which the wall itself becomes a membrane for you to pass through rather than just a barrier stopping you. The ideas, the core particles that are walking up to this as a gameplay process lend to the idea that the gameplay itself exists because of an operating system, because what you're doing is interacting with the information somebody has left there on the operating system for you to gain access to, essentially. And by picking up any individual particle that you can access, the particles you're going to find out of bounds, as it were, you are accessing what I'm going to start referring to as implied gameplay, the implicated gameplay of particles of information that's found in the scaffolding outside of the surface that you're walking upon while you play the game. And so not only do we have an unfoldment of character, information, and narrative to discover character pathways, but at the same time we also are going to have the feeling of your information leveling up and filling in a codex. As I talked about before, the codex is going to be kind of the tool by which you realize that every particle you're finding contributes back into an OS-like index of what do you have, where is it, how do you use it, what do you know about it, just the lore, all the mythos, all the little bits of detail that a world will show you, but so will the OS about the world. Both things are going to show you this information that you're constantly accumulating and leveling up, and most importantly, finding ways that it relates together and interacts. The interaction between particles, whether found in gameplay, like for example a barrel I walk up and click on like that, is an object in the environment I'm interacting with. But let's say I were to have found information about that barrel somewhere else in the game, then later encounter the barrel. In the old school adventure games, this was represented by inventory objects that you would carry, and then you would later discover other inventory objects which would combine with the original objects and do so in some critical way that interfaces with something found in the environment or that another character has, etc., etc. The point is that the objects that you have are usable objects, and their use particularly has something to do with an interpolation of the information in the world and in the OS, or the information repositories that you have access to. The game Myst heavily relied on that type of thing, where you would have to gather all of the right information, and after doing so you would then be able to deobfuscate some of the blocks and some of the barriers essentially that were placed. Those barriers were essentially a knowledge check to determine if you as the player had correctly cataloged the relevant details to progress through that location. So as I've been chewing these game mechanics in terms of the super core question that I have as somebody pondering how do we make this gameplay, the question that I distilled it down to at the end is essentially this: how exactly will the playable element of this idea, of the metaphysics I have in mind, how will the playable element of these metaphysics emerge? How will the playable part be found? How do I figure out what will the gameplay actions be? What will they feel like? What will they look like? What will playing it feel like? The only way to figure that out, as I mentioned on the March 22, what the fuck is architecture commentary or discussion, the only way I'm going to find that out is by accident. I'm going to, while doing work that has to do with putting information about the game into the OS, where this information is growing and compiling and developing, during that process, I will accidentally realize a sequence of something playable that I can then create. And as I mentioned at the beginning of today, I can then demonstrate that gameplay moment, let's say. Let's describe this as a moment of gameplay that I'll be able to walk us up to and demonstrate the experience of that gameplay moment. Now, playing the game, any given player's act of playing the game will be necessarily constituted by a mixture of these playable moments and standing still moments, halted moments, where you might be looking at information in the OS, you might just be admiring where you are at that moment in the game, you might be completely idle, you might be completely AFK, you might be at the pause screen. There might be any number of things that go between those happenings, those moments of gameplay. The idea, as I think about this question, this accidental finding of what the gameplay moment, what any given gameplay moment, I should say, is this, that I want the game's main experience to be as if you were wandering across an extremely large world map. So every open world or sandbox type adventure you can think of involves that and says to the player, look at this very, very large playable landscape, this world that you're wandering. Look at it. That's where you are. Wander it. Interact with this world. So in pondering the gameplay available in the world of Azeroth, you notice how you're free to try to walk from the very, very bottom of that world map to the very top. You can go all the way across it on foot, slowly, and you can even choose a slower walking if you want to. And you might be free to do that, to physically step your character, but you might not be equipped to fight the enemy that's up there, 17 regions across from where you were before. So the game asks you to translocate, but it also asks you to equip yourself and, develop abilities, iterate your abilities, as it were, and push them upward in some critical way, which advances you, like climbs you up a step into the next part of the gameplay. So for that to work at all, it means that you're much, much weaker than the monsters you're eventually going to see when you keep on walking a really, 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 really long amount of time and you take an incredibly long field trip. And you find yourself wondering, well, just why the hell did I spend all this time walking all the way over here? What was the purpose of it? What's the meaning of where I am now versus where I was before I went here? And what's different between what I would say is the classic RPG, the classic open world game, and what I want to do with the format, with the genre, is that I'm not sending you somewhere to go find a more powerful monster who you will eventually defeat after you increase your power, but kind of the opposite of that, an upside down picture of that. I want to start you out at maximum power, at the maximum power you're ever going to have in the game. Like, for example, in Doom Classic, you don't acquire faster running, you can literally just press shift and do it. The very first step your Doom guy is going to take can be at that higher speed. But critically give you the decision of which movement speed to use, which abilities to use. And even more critically, give you access to information, but maybe not have the blanks in the OS system of what you know about any given aspect filled in. You know it exists, but you might not know what it's called yet. Then later, eventually, you're going to discover something in the gameplay, which then updates that element in your codex with what it's called, and you're going to gain more information, which doesn't change the way you can use your abilities. It just gives you more insight as to where you might try using the ability. What you might end up doing with it is going to be influenced by that information that you uncover, but you have the ability already. You could do it if you had played through previously and you already know what to do. You're going to go and do that without... The game doesn't force you to go and unlock the information before you can use it, in other words. So the intricacy of the meta-adventure part of it is specifically in that, in how I want a player to start with full capabilities and have a lot of interesting movements and abilities to use with those movements and with those tools for moving around, and be given the freedom of what to do. And so going around the game, you could gather hints and clues and information, or you could also just try things. It's possible 100% to brute force, as it were, your way through any given part of the game that can be walked through. You might stumble upon a way of using an ability that the game hadn't yet told you to do or how to use, but you figure it out. You accidentally do something that you're totally able to do. The game is not going to give you a tutorial on doing that, but it's going to provide situations where you can realize things that can be done with your character's movement abilities. And so the goal isn't to gain more points on a strength bar to make you more capable of destroying the strong enemy who would just one-shot you if you didn't first level up those skills and gain the talents you were going to use to fight them. Instead, it presents a very, very large space which has continuities and congruities that are not only some of them just subtle, but some of them are completely hidden underneath multiple layers of the game that you have to enter from different entry points, then cross after that other entry point, cross all the way back several regions to one of the earlier areas and discover its interaction with the original place you were when you first pondered, how do I go there? What's that corner of this area? And realizing how to get to it is you had to enter from 3 regions further than where you were at that moment, and then enter a critical layer in that place, and then cross backward toward the original place in order to access it. That kind of thing. Layer interpolation. Essentially, layer interpolation is going to happen in a way that's not like, oh, is your character level 1? Did he just start, or is he level 100? Has he been traveling up and grinding up his power? That question's not relevant at all, because it's not character power or character progression that we're displaying in the game here. In the meta-adventure sense, in the RPG sense, we are leveling something up, but it's the environments, it's the things you're interacting with that are becoming unfolded and iterating, as it were. It's not you. You yourself are a fixed entity with no change or iteration. What you do in the world iterates. Specifics, very particular things get iterated. So there's going to be like an example of accumulations, like choosing to complete a level and start back at the beginning of it. There's going to be specific completions that you can do which will increase the power level. It probably won't even be called power level, but it will be called level. It has to directly reference numeric leveling, but in a way we don't expect. That's not attached to a character's ego or persona, but rather to your copy of the OS, essentially. Kind of like having a spell that has leveled up in your inventory, but instead of the spell, it's just literally that place in the game, like the Dark Place. So those aspects of unfolding the information as you play, and relating that to what the world is, not what you as an ego are, is going to accomplish the perspective colliding, where you feel the impact of multiple different places and character perspectives at once, and they thread through in a way, and they kind of relate to each other in a way that is very, very complete and kind of like lifting you into that mystical feeling of being outside the original boundary in a way that's extremely compelling and awe-inspiring.
Cannot afford that.
I'll finish the IK. Alright, we have some relaxation right now also. was considering making the first version of the Darkroom inside of the Doom 2 map system, but the logistics of that is questionable because I'm going to be making an enormous place. And so to do that in the Doom map system, I'm just predicting because I haven't gone and looked at it. I wouldn't really know this till I tried, but this is what I'm predicting, is that I won't be able to make it as large and as tall as I want, because the idea of ascending in the Darkroom is that you are going to go up, 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 and up, and when you think you've gone up as far as you can go, you turn an elbow, and you continue going up. So, the metaphysics of this object is that its verticality is not sensical. The verticality that it presents is somehow super infinite. You could theoretically climb so many more times higher than the object appears to be from any vantage point within it. So, like in the Adventureline path in Stanley Parable, there's one spot in the little office elbowway right before you encounter the fern, where you can turn around one of the pillars in the file cabinets room, and there's an extra hall in there that metaphysically you portal into it essentially, and it can't be contained within the shape of that room as seen up to that point. You turn the corner though, and you're in a differing hallway that doesn't belong there in essence. You've gone somewhere that doesn't technically belong in the architecture that you're currently inhabiting. That's the idea for the Darkroom, only like times 100,000. We're going to be going up and up and up and up and up and up some more across a long, long, long hill, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one, and there's so many turrets and bends to continue going up that the whole idea in this game is I want every single level in it to be an experience that will take you a long time to complete. And once you've completed it, once you've canvassed the completion of it, you're left with more questions besides just why. You're left with questions that can only be answered by trying it again, by repeating the process, because of the fact that this isn't just a 5-minute walk. This is meant to be at least a 60-minute walk, just for example of what I want that Darkroom playthrough to feel like for first playtesters. I want them to spend over an hour climbing and start wondering if they're doing it wrong. That's what I want to happen. So I'm not going to know how to refine that into the final gameplay experience that is cool, that is awesome, that is worth building into a final version of the game until I build this concept level. The Darkroom is what's going to reveal to me what element of gameplay that is inside of that question of what exactly are we getting out of this long, long walk, this very, 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 very tall climb. Because in some sense, the game mechanics of the geography traversal here is meant to convey to the player a contemplation, an extremely long contemplation. So the primary way I plan to do that is by presenting an environment that is so incredibly huge and yet consistent. Like, the Darkroom is the Darkroom the whole way through. There's no corner of it that isn't dark. So the question is, how do you do that without being too heavy-handed with the obviousness of, I'm making you do a really, really long activity that is somehow repetitive or becomes chore-like? How do I bring that activity such that it is sufficiently long contemplative and such that it keeps you jump scared, essentially, jump squared. And so not only does it need to be a very, very long gameplay sequence that feels like you really put in something more than just a repetitive action, like I'm just clicking this button over and over to hit these enemies. I'm doing a repetitive action over and over and over. And my character is basically in the same location on the screen, no matter where I go here, just to swing this weapon at some other enemies. I'm scrolling this world around underneath my feet, which I started pondering gameplay as that, actively, as an active ponder. I guess quite recently. I hadn't really thought about it that much in my earlier days of playing games and thinking about what does this experience of playing games mean artistically. But the more I've thought about that lately, specifically with regard to how am I going to create a game where you can wander and experience these feelings of gameplay meaningfully, it comes down to that question. Why exactly is the player enjoying the long contemplation? What is it that's making this activity so creatively beneficial, or creatively... What is it that makes it like a start activity or a stop activity? What makes it a float or a I'm sitting still resting? What makes it restful or floatful? Either of those things have, I think, a similar benefit in the way that I utilize games as a creative person. There is both aspects, and I think very, very good gameplay somehow manages to hold both up. It holds up the feeling of stopping and resting, as well as the feeling of going, and of being jump squared, as it were, encountering things you don't expect that are giving you happiness and joy. So I don't know the answer. I can't claim to know the answer to that inquiry. I'm revealing the question as basically the checkpoint of where I am at in the process of pondering game making and pondering my role as a meditation game maker or a meditation stream maker, any kind of maker whose intent is to create something awesome so that people can experience it. Because one of the most practical lessons in Zen contemplation or Zen approach to anything is that what value is. What does value mean? How can I determine what is valuable and make use of, not only determine, but make use of what I determine? And the answer is that there's a value to an activity in itself, not to the dividend, the yield of the activity, but the actual steps in the motion, your actual stepping, the steps in the dance, the syllables in the conversation. Each individual motion or node in the action has a value, has a health benefit. So I have another comic from Raymond Nazer, which is actually a picture of the darkroom. It's a cube. It's a cube with black walls, and his character is in the middle with a colored painting. And the caption on this comic is 100% where my message is, that crafting is a medicinal act. It's a healing act. And so Zen basically takes you to that secret immediately at the very, very beginning. Zen is saying, here's the secret. It's right there in front of you right now at the very beginning of the game. You already have it. You already know how to do the epic thing, and you already can do it. All you have to do is understand that that's what you're doing, that you're not going to acquire something you don't have now. You just need to use what's there right now. You need to actually apply it and take the motions that are in essence holy, or in essence completely perfect, or like you are already as you are right now. You already are the Buddha. You're not trying to become one. You just are one. That's basically what Zen is saying in the artistic sense, in the creativity sense. It's the creation's right there already. It's right in front of you. You already contain it. So all I'm doing when I want to make gameplay is to find the experience that I already have. So when I started thinking about that, I realized that the Darkroom is a place I entered long, long before I realized that there's an OS in here. And the OS itself drives a whole game called the Zen Paradox. So when I create a playable version of the Darkroom for you to feel those feelings, or for any player to gather this information that I have slowly gathered, it's going to be a fucking slow walk. It's going to be a whole entire contemplative activity that you go along and do. And there's not, to a certain extent, there's not a perfect way I can present that activity to you in a way that you will not interpret as overly repetitive or requiring you somewhat arbitrarily to engage in a very drawn-out repetition of activity. But the whole companion interaction thing that the game will contain, so you can interact with characters in this mythos and ask questions and converse, in essence, is, I think, the main thing that's going to convert what's originally your first 1 hour walk up through the room into something that you're going to deeply enjoy when you start interacting with narrators and with companions in these situations on your way up. And when you discover the layer where the interaction has become something more than just walking up each step of the climb, the reconciliation of that feeling with the original contemplative action that took you there, that was kind of the prerequisite to the one that has the companion interaction in it. The relation of those two means that the experience in this game is necessarily slower than other games, but in such the way that the feeling of its levels being so large and literally requiring a non-skippable long path, to where if people were to be encouraged to speedrun, there would be some meaningful aspect of that is, well, you're not necessarily trying to 100% this level on your way up in the speedrun, but you are trying to, as efficiently as possible, walk along the nodes of motion that it presents to you, whilst covering all of them in a way that allows you to complete the stage without having to stop for any optional standing still. So it basically has to offer you an interchange between stand still and progress, without forcing your progression to be extremely slow. If you're choosing progress, let the player do that. Let the player continue onward if that's what they want to do. It's just, let's walk all the way through this. So I'm still working on this idea of exactly how this would work, how I could even do this, like how doable is this in the sense of programming, to observe a player's intended pace and kind of let them go faster if they want to, but to not assume that that's what they want. How do we interpret what the player wants to do without overly planting a desired or a preferred way, but while still kind of clearly intending a particular way, with offered, here's alternate places you could step onto, and they didn't really do anything for you other than changing the way your view looked, etc. Providing optional stepping points and ones that were the absolutely essential ones. If you were to just click to the next node over and over, that would be one path, and then here's a bunch of optional nodes you didn't choose along the way, but you might want to choose next time. That's the core, I would say the core variation inside of this kind of gameplay, so that I'm not forcing you to take 10,000 steps just to complete the dark room, but I could present a 10,000 step path to the dark room, which might somehow be way, way more enjoyable if you're a slow player like I am. Do I necessarily want you to enjoy it as much if you take the less steps path? Yeah, I want you to have the game carry you into the enjoyment you're trying to be carried into. It's kind of like the metaphor of sailing in wind. So I want to create the wind, and then you have a variety of different ways to try and catch it and ride in it, essentially. And Journey does such a good job of having that, because you're allowed to level up your flying power, and then you're further able to get different flying power charging if you specifically go to player and you plan to play with somebody and you align with them and get in the same place. You can play that game particularly enhanced by flying two-player. So I want to incorporate that feeling of allowing the player to approach areas that are clearly approachable but that maybe aren't obviously approachable by the intended path. There has to be a variety of locations which you can see that aren't obviously approachable but that appear to contain some kind of an approach that you're going to need to learn how to get to, how to reach it in essence. optional nodes versus the literal nodes that are going to carry you up to the, I would say, the intended end point of the level, the place where you finished the level and you've completed the walk through it. Those items are going to be clearly aligned. It's not going to be completely open where there's no definite start and stop point. Because the thing is, for long distances to work in gameplay, I have to provide stop points where, okay, you're not allowed to quick load a different place somewhere in the game. Where you are is where you are. But a stop point is what allows you to be in the place that you've gone to and stay in that place and not have to be like, well, I have to close this game session, save and quit. And so next time I play, I have this whole 2 hours of gameplay that I just took to get to this point, and then whatever else I want to do. Because it wouldn't make sense to make the whole game roguelike and make you start all the way at the very beginning if you want to play. So there has to be stop points that are far enough apart that there's some kind of a meaningful traversal to see corners of the game that are between those points. Basically the checkpoint and the motion, the nodes of motion between the checkpoints have to be clearly delineated so that I can allow the player to feel the feeling of a long contemplative walk across the stage, and then choosing, okay, so do you want to restart this stage or do you want to checkpoint here? So like you could pause this gameplay session and come back and you would still be here where you checkpointed instead of rolling back to the very beginning of the stage. So let's say you do that and you then decide you want to start back at the stage. At that point, there's not necessarily a stage selecting mechanic, but there is the restart the game type of an ability. And I'm still working out how am I going to delineate that restart idea from, well, here's the beginning, here's where you start this level, here's its normal ending point, and here's other checkpoints that exist after you access other layers of the level of the game. You necessarily are going to have other checkpoints where you went to like corner 3, the third place in this level that is not the end point or the start point, but it's somewhere else way far off, 200 steps along this other place. So eventually you're looking at like the carving of paths into what seemed like invisible barriers to begin with. The further and further you get into a level's information advancing, as it were. The more you learn in traversing the level, the more possible long treks into other corners of it that begin to exist, until eventually you discover what I would consider to be the ultimate boundary escape, to walk on top of the entire level, or completely canvas exiting out the boundary of it. Which I would say is probably going to be the most challenging area to find in any given level, but where sometimes you might accidentally be granted access to it, even though you didn't find the official entryway. The game may have a randomization aspect where a glitch occurs and you suddenly have been able to exit the boundary that you didn't clearly discover what was its intended exit point, but nonetheless you have exited. So very long contemplation maps, I think, lend very well to this, for me to present you with an intricate maze-like place that contains so many more dimensions of walkability than you realize. And so upon realizing them, that's where the mystical feeling kind of is. That's the jump square, when you have the experience in the gameplay that just kind of opens up the top of your mind and just mystifies you. That's basically what we're trying to do in a meta adventure with the second person mode. In order for that to be super.
The integrated in such a way that if I not only has he difficulty with grasping, but there is difficulty even for the organized. The integrated in such a way that if I need to know it better.
Basically, how the game can be both exciting and slow and contemplative is the jump square. Jump squares is the way that happens, and Stanley Parable got really good at offering that to a player who wanted to keep on trying all of its different areas in different ways. Basically, you had to already want to in order for that to be super compelling, but that's the question underneath all the gameplay I'm going to explore.
The totality of selection by a sweeping motion, like the glance of our eyes. Well, it makes time to transferize something and register what's there. If you want to remember it constantly. So what we are saying is that the intelligence of the system is more intelligent than any individual consciousness. But of course, as a living organism, you are much more of a consciousness in this scanning sense. Because you certainly don't erase the complexity of the brain by consciousness. That's something that you grow. Or we could put it this way, that the intelligence of the everybody knows what it is. It's very easy. Like you know what's up. Just try it. You know what it is. You can see self-intelligence. What we call an orderly arrangement of different functions. But again, we're using words, all of which are precise. We're using order. That's practically the same as all order. It's almost like saying we recognize it, but we're not quite sure what we recognize the function. And for example, if we begin with the pure hypothesis that we ourselves are intelligent, let it go at that. If we are not, then nothing. But let's, for the sake of argument, say we are intelligent. Now, if that is so, then the environment because we are objects now. And I don't feel like how you can have the intelligence sometimes but most of the time by which policy, which design, which methods of all of these complex relations are the With not, sine qua non, of there being blood and veins and bones and intestines and all that kind of stuff. That's only the bacteria of the soul. In addition to that, there's a world of insects. Tremendous insects. But the insects are human cells. They are the good cells. Because we why insects don't absolutely about to do my job. Because we have lots of problems. And so birds and insects are beautiful. And especially flowers have an arrangement with each other whereby one could say how flowers are. But although they look very different, they are one and the same. Flowers, buds, and fly around. But you can't have the flowers stop. And so you can construe the relation between every single kind of organism. Like on and on and on. Such a what you call your mind intelligence, your very brain body, is utterly involved with this network of other kinds of organisms, and existing at a special level, in a certain level, which could only be found in certain kinds of states. Now then, being should give every technology its place. Because we can't go running to that situation. Unless you know very well how do you penicillin without the sort of I can build them up. So this is why the Taoist Chinese and the relationship they set up fundamentally non-interference. Not quite what we mean by that is to say, when you act on much, you can't help it. There's no way to isolate it. Every time you breathe, you interfere. But the art of Wu Wei is that when you interfere, endeavor to do so by going with the grain. Otherwise, it's not good wood, sitting with the grain. You don't have to do it properly. And likewise, when you want to take a bite, don't use violence. Use the other person.
Stream Elements. Said. Boptus _ is now live. Streaming the Stanley Parable, Ultra Deluxe, Parabolathon Steam giveaway. The trip is growing. The Parable Bell. The Parable is growing. The trip Green Circle video cassette. Please _wait 8.
Okay, so I overlooked something important here now that I fully understand the mechanic of this particular path and its branches. When I started, I went to my favorite choice that you can make when you go in the left door. But then when I restarted after that, there was no bucket. The bucket wasn't there. So that the narrator could deliver the line next time and try not to lose this one. But so I have to go redo something here that I didn't fully absorb that's how the events in this branch were unfolding, and so now that I've absorbed it, I had some kind of half a dream last night where I observed this knowledge, but I didn't get the observation until later when I remembered it on waking up. After a while after waking up, not immediately. That was what I mean. Later in the day, I thought back and realized the insight. So we're going to do that now. This is just a little view of what my other stream looks like. What I'm doing is I'm playing some Alan Watts lectures and some Terence McKenna lectures, but I'm choosing one-offs, 1 to 3 hour sessions, and playing them just standalone at different points. But other than that, I just change the perspective in any given room and walk around to different points of it, and then I'm not leaving the room for quite a long time. At this point, I've been inside this path for over 24 hours over here on this stream. And so I'm going to remain in it for all of tomorrow. As long as this PC doesn't crash, we'll be unlocking the Tuesday achievement on that account, and that'll be the last one to unlock on that account when I log back into the original game next month, because next month is my actual 5-year point since playing, so that will get us to 100% achievements on my original account on the original game. But I'm just going ahead and doing exactly what I plan to do with the dedication achievement over there. I'm going to go off mic. I don't really feel like there's a lot of commentary needed today, but this is the hello at the beginning of this particular archive reel. Hello to the future, hello to the past, hello to now. Here we are.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system. When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Yes,
whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
said the bucket.
Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of— No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like— My God, Stanley, you did it.
You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Mubit said. @Bobtus_ added 15 minutes and added the message, spotted this variation when the brown chairs were seen, something different is about to emerge, thought Stanley, and the bucket agreed in silent predication.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes, thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry, but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket? Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system. When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Bobtus said, I am trash man. Mubit said. At Bobtus added 15 minutes and added the message, there have not been any choices except this branch and the ringing phone. Remaining locations to check out, no bucket paths, such as red blue door, bucket maintenance wing, bucket refuse.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. Yes, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left. Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Lubit. Said. At Bobtus added 15 minutes and added the message, 6th Spud Bobtus Reels published on Always On channel, 12 hours of little to no movement / progression in each reel.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that the meeting room, yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in... All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office? When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that when Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control, all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ah, Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down, it doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines. Aha! Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've